Welcome to the Hawks Sports Network. You're watching the 2024 CCAA Golf Championship hosted by Humber College at RedCrest Golf Club. My name is Matt Hamill, and great to have you with us here from a beautiful golf course here in King, Ontario. I'm alongside my broadcast partner, Zach Benoit, Andrew Milani in the mix here as well. So you'll be hearing our three voices on the broadcast today. And Day 3 of the CCAA Golf National, Zach, and been some great rounds of golf, but the weather is getting even better with each passing day.
Yeah, and it feels like, we're going to a nice warm patch here in King, Ontario. First group is already finished here on hole 18. We're actually on to our second group now. But like you mentioned, though, fantastic weather, and I'm sure after the last couple cold days, these golfers are very, very happy to be in some warmer weather.
Yeah, and just trending in the right direction. Tomorrow, the final day of competition, just like this in terms of the sunshine, but even better temperatures. As right now we're, Zach, working with 11 degrees and really not much wind at all to speak of. Just 5-kilometer-an-hour winds right now. So absolutely gorgeous weather. We're really in that peak of autumn as well, Zach, with so many beautiful colors now. Zach, we already saw our first group finish up the 18th. Justine Gorham, Taryn Sanderson, and Florence Hamlin. They now, after starting on the back nine here today, will head to the front nine. And approaching the green now with their shots is Bryden Dilley, Ava Stach, and Jade Lecompte. So we have an Ontario golfer and an Atlantic golfer in the mix here. And so, Zach, we are posted up here on the 18th hole. This is where we're going to be all day. You'll be seeing on the broadcast exclusively players finishing up 18. And for the first half of the day, Zach, it's not going to be the end of the round. It's going to be those players who started on the back nine. And ultimately, though, once we pivot into the second part of the day, we'll be seeing these golfers finishing up their round.
Yeah, and let's take a quick little look here at how this 18th hole layout is, and you see the big water to deal with there on the right-hand side. We've already kind of seen a couple of the golfers getting around that area close where the sand is and the cart path, but other than that, it's nearly a straight shot. You see the men's, they're sitting 430 yards out, women's 278.
Well, disparity there, and healthy disparity in yardage for this particular hole between the men and women's teams. Speaking of the women's team, Zach, here's a look at the rankings.
Yeah, the OCAA, number 1, they're sitting atop plus 18 after 2 days. Pretty good outing from them. And RSEQ sitting at second place. Those two teams kind of just running away.
Yeah, Ontario and Quebec golf teams we usually see right there at the top. Now, we're celebrating 50 years of CCAA golf. Canadian Collegiate Athletic Association highlighting 50 years of history and excellent student athletes over the years. Now, Zach, is sort of the kind of power rankings over those 50 years, and the home team, Humber Hawks, sits atop there. Okay, Zach, so now checking out the 18th green right now with Bryden, Ava, and Jade. And so this was a shot that was hit a little long, but Zach, that's a beautiful recovery there.
Yeah, you saw her second shot kind of sail over the green, but now we have it, good recovery, like you said, just to bounce it on. Good chip.
Just a little bit off the green here. Looking like a nice touch indeed, and a very makeable putt there to finish things up here on the back nine for these golfers.
We saw in the first group a couple of these chip-ons from that same spot. The back end of the green had a little bit of a roll off to it. It was a nice hold up right there for the ball to stay on the green.
Yeah, not the friendliest green these golfers are working with today. It's got quite the slope on it, so this is where you really want to be shooting up. About a pretty healthy distance. track that. So a little too much heat on that one as it rolls off.
Yeah, and that's where you have to be careful about on that backside of the green that has that little dip off. You wanted to add a little bit of speed just with how far you are, but not too much, and roll off like we just saw.
And yeah, precarious position to be kind of putting from that direction. It's again not a very friendly looking green. If you hit it long from this position, you could be rolling all the way till Sunday. And how about that for a putt to recover? A bit long, but Zach absolutely nailing it.
Yeah, fantastic recovery, like you said, able to get that one down after the long putt that trailed a little bit off the green too. It was just in the little taller grass, but elected to go back to the putter and sank it.
Zach, this 18th hole, it's a formidable hole. We've seen a range of scores on this particular hole throughout the week. There's Georgian's contender in this group finishing up.
Dilley.
Bryden Dilley with the lowest score of anyone in her group entering the round today. And there's a nice tap in there as this group finishes up 18 and will make their way on to hole number 1. And the next group right behind them.
That looks like a good round. Right there through. We had the next group teeing off. They're already just part way through.
11 schools competing in the 2024 CCAA Golf Championship. 56 fellas and 19 women competitors are in the mix for today, or this 4-day event, I should say. This being the 3rd round, and round number 4 will wrap things up tomorrow. And again, it's going to be a gorgeous day here at RedCrest Golf Club.
You see on your screen right there, I believe that's Alyssa Cowling. Group 2 here in this one, Alyssa Cowling and Kiara Reesor.
Yeah, an Ontario athlete alongside Atlantic Canada student athlete. Now, Alyssa has been playing some great golf.
This looks like it's just a bit short on the green. Just over that front hill.
Zach, like you mentioned, we have one ball well short of the green. It'll be interesting to see how that, you can see that just on the bottom right of your screen there. So, yeah, maybe about 40, 50-yard approach shot on the way.
And also we've already noticed how far back the hole is on the green, just to the back side.
Yeah.
And again, it'll be interesting to see, if these players, they elect to either just kind of lay it up a little bit, not going straight for the hole, to play on the front side of the green instead of just going straight back. Because again, that dip off right behind the hole, we've seen it a couple times already, kind of biting some of these golfers.
So a little friendly chit chat before these ladies hit their next shots. Well, Zach, you see how we're kind of laid out right now? I'm going to mark that one and kind of on the bottom side of the screen now. That's our next shot ready to go. So nice angle. And as you can see, Zach veering off to the left, but not a bad placement. And I think one of the last things she wanted to do in that situation was hit it long.
Yeah, it's not a bad approach right there.
And for these golfers, you know, Zach, they got out earlier in the day when it was very chilly. Some frost advisories were issued. Now, those have since been taken back, but sun's out. Warmer weather is moving in, but, you know, these golfers started on a chilly Thursday morning, but things are really opening up for a beautiful day of golf. Just about, say, a little less than an hour
just
north
about.
of Toronto.
Great scenery on the way up here.
We are in for Southern Ontario and especially north of the 407 up the 400 highway here in absolutely gorgeous fall conditions and an absolutely gorgeous putt. Zach, that's a heartbreaker. So close.
Yeah, just a little bit short on her third shot right there. And it looks like she'll sink it in. I believe that was for par. My counting was correct.
Couple different angles on this putt. And made it.
Alyssa Cowling right there. And then to finish off this group, it looks like Kiara, Reesor.
And a bit of a backbreaker there, not able to convert.
Like you mentioned, these players started on the back nine, and they'll take a quick pit stop here at the halfway house.
Zach, what's your go-to when you hit that halfway house?
Ooh, it always depends. Sometimes you go with the Gatorade. Other times, you know, if you need a wake up, it's an early round you're playing, got to get a little caffeine in you, whether that be a pop or a coffee.
I like it. So, we've seen a few crews finish up.
Yeah, from our updated standings so far and the women's side of things, looks like Jordan Newlands is leading the way so far today. Through four, she was 1 under. Rosalie Langlois, she is sitting at even through 9 today, so her starting 9 was a pretty solid one. Susan Chen, Humber Hawk through 9 is +3.
Zach, on this 18th hole, this par 4 to finish up. for the golfers, it's proven to be the 7th hardest hole. We've seen 10 birdies, 59 pars, and 54 bogeys, and 16 double bogeys, and 5 triples over the course of the first half of the national tournament. There's a look at the clubhouse, and we're just set up in our broadcast booth right here on the beautiful patio here at RedCrest. And you see some of those fall colors we were alluding to. An absolutely gorgeous course, and the weather also really cooperating for us.
Yeah, we're just kind of waiting right now for the next group to come through, and from what we've been sent, I believe that next group, it's looking like it's going to be Jack Short, Keelan, Burzminski, and Quin Doherty. Georgian College, Medicine Hat College, and Durham College are those 3 players.
Entering today, Zach, we had 3 players at even par in the entire field, and 3 who were below par. So stay tuned. This is day 1 of our CCAA Golf Championship broadcast. We'll have the final round tomorrow here. We'll be right back at the 18th. We'll be right back after this quick break. Thank you for watching here on the Hawks Sports Network. More golf coverage right after this. And here we are at RedCrest, beautiful course. There's a look at our camera situated just along the fairway. It's round 3 on this Thursday. And I'm still Matt Hamill. I'm still alongside my partner, Zach Benoit, here on the call for the broadcast. Andrew Milani will be checking in soon as well. We got our whole Hawks Sports Network crew in the mix. And Zach, we've seen a few teams finish up the 18th hole, and at this stage of the morning, or are we still in the early afternoon here now? It's everybody's finishing up here. We'll be heading over to hole number 1 to finish up their round on the front 9.
Yeah, we're just getting to the tail end here of these, these group 10 tees. We have the men's ones coming in first. Should be Jack Short, Keelan, Burzminski, and Quin Doherty.
Here's another look at our synopsis, our overview of hole number 18. 430-yard par 4 for the women. It's coming in, I think, closer to 270 this afternoon. And this is day 3. Tomorrow is the championship round, and the home team Humber Hawks, they have their eye on gold once again. Humber has been exquisitely successful in the CCAA golf tournaments.
Through the 2 days so far, the men's team actually sitting in 3rd place behind Fanshawe and Andre Laurando Boomerangs. For the women's, I believe the women's team is actually sitting 1st place here for the team standings.
Well, Andre Laurando, they're in 1st place in the men's category, and by a healthy amount as well. Humber sitting in 3rd. Them and Fanshawe are pretty close coming into today, right?
Yeah.
Plus 49 for Humber and plus 48 for Fanshawe. But Zach, what's the lead we have for the Boomerang?
It's looking like it's about 11. They're at plus 37. Fanshawe, you mentioned, sitting at plus 48, and the Hawks sitting at plus 49. After that, it's a pretty healthy lead on 5, 6, 7, and 8. St. Lawrence Lions, they're a team that are sitting around Humber. They're in 4th at plus 53.
So we have an athlete heading in.
Fighting the fescue.
Having a look-see.
So on the screen right now, right there, that's Quin, Doherty. Quin Doherty, and then right there, that's Jack Short from Georgian in the blue hat and the black pullover. He's going up for his second shot here. And Short's shot goes right over to the back side of the green, just right in front of us here.
As Axel, fairly even surface to hit from there. Decent look at the hole, but obviously not able to stick it on the green as he intended.
Doherty going up for his second shot here. I believe it's going to be his third after the drop, because he was the player that we saw looking in the bushes. So drop for his second. This will be his third.
This group teed off on hole number 10 at 11, and a good looking stroke there.
I think it sailed over.
You know, we'll try to get eyes on it, but
we have our own little mini tree here in our way.
that was about 170 yards out.
Burzminski, he's taking his shot right there. You see him just to the left, and now on the main screen, right dead center. Good drive. This is his second shot.
Good look here. And he's watching, and you'll see that go a little bit long. So not that far off from his competitor. You see there about 10, 12 yards apart. So it'll be kind of a similar look here, hitting just off the green.
Yeah, this is what we've kind of seen so far, even from the women's groups early on, is a lot of the play has been to the back side of this green. Players kind of electing just to go with a little bit more power over the back side. Burzminski and Short, they'll be looking to try to just get onto the green for a par opportunity.
So there's the fellas making their way in right now. You see the Georgian competitor,
Jack Short
on the right. Yeah. Keelan Burzminski. Here's a look at how he's been playing so far. Had a improvement in his second round.
Sitting at 164 total, 22 over.
great to see a number of athletes coming in from the province of Alberta. Athletes representing the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology in the mix, alongside Medicine Hat College.
On your screen right there, Jack Short. He had a good first day, 81, and the second day, a couple strokes over, 83. He's also sitting around that plus 22.
Okay, Zach, so here's some of those approach shots that landed in a similar region. And popped up. And a good play on AC. It rolling, rolling, rolling. Again, this is a tricky pin placement. It is right at the top of a pretty mean green. And we saw that was certainly hit long, but a good recovery shot on this effort here to get it on the green. So, you know, maybe the Georgian athlete here is getting a little benefit of the read from his opponent, shooting first from a kind of similar area code.
Yeah, and he'll elect to play, it looks like, a little bit shorter, trying to set himself up for a par putt.
And it's a good weight, but you see even that shot still carrying a little bit further, but very much a strong play on the ball. And it'll be from Durham College, Quin Doherty, who's shooting next. And the pin out for this one.
Doherty, this is a bogey opportunity for him. Again, he had that drop we saw off of his his first shot, I should say.
So getting the read on it, Zach, I would say this is about a 10-yard putt. Let's call it 12. Are you okay with calling it 12?
I'm okay with calling it 12, yeah.
And it's off. And look, Zach, Ben Watt's going to come up a little short. But tap in appears to be the next move for this young man.
So he'll finish, looks like, with that double bogey. Really, not a bad approach. Here we have Keelan going for a par opportunity right here. And he'll sink it there for par. Same thing here with Jack Short of Georgian. And he'll sink the easy putt down right there.
So this crew of three will now make their way to the first hole and have our next batch of golfers coming up here on 18. It'll be some similar colleges represented in our next group of three. Colton Day by way of Georgian. And Colton will be the golfer in that next group who's really been playing the best of the three. Now, Jace Shannon from Medicine Hat College also in this group, along with Ethan Johnston. So Colton, Jace, and Ethan making their way here on to 18. And there's another look of our camera shot capturing the beautiful RedCrest clubhouse and the beautiful autumn colors. Tell you what, you know, Zach, we have a lot of visitors from out of province here and even from different parts of the province coming to this golf course as Humber is hosting nationals, and it could not have come at a better time for anybody who loves good autumn type of vibes. Really, the temperature and the kind of phase of autumn we're at right now is absolutely marvelous. So,
yeah, beautiful scenery around this course as well. We kind of have a great glimpse of it if you take a look just over the lake, or the pond, I should say. Now,
Zach, you head a little too far south into Toronto. Maybe the GTA traffic situation might not exactly be the highlight of the trip for some of these athletes coming from Alberta, or Quebec, or Atlantic Canada, but absolutely gorgeous golfing conditions at a beautiful course. For the CCAA Championships, the CCAA Golf Enterprise celebrating 50 years of excellent competition.
Looks like this next group here, they're setting up for their second shots. Looks like Colton Day just right there in the middle of the fairway. Again, we were informed that all the Georgian Grizzlies, they are wearing all black, and I think a couple of them have the blue hats on.
Yeah, there's definitely some team coordination amongst various teams here, and we know the Humber Hawks, the tradition of tomorrow, we can place an easy bet that they will be wearing gold, hoping to capture gold. But as you mentioned, Zach, today's going to be a big day for the home team Humber Hawks, who are hoping to gain a little bit of ground. And mentioned coming into this round here, the second last round of the tournament, sitting in third place with quite a distance to get into that #1 spot.
Yeah, Andre, Lorando, they've been having themselves a phenomenal first 2 rounds. Plus 36 as a team over, and then Humber, you said, we're plus 50.
Good sound there. We'll see if he's going to be happy with the shot. At any rate, a couple golfers now making their way over to the green area.
Early on, we've just, been seeing the golfers, when they get to their second, third shot, approaching the green, they sailed it over. We just saw one that was sailed over, actually, like I mentioned, by Colton Day.
So waiting for the only non-Ontario golfer in this group to fire one off.
Jace Shannon, just waiting around here. Taking his shot just off to the right of the screen.
And there he's about to jump back into frame, and there he is. There he is.
He was just hiding behind the bush. So he'll make his way, and mention the next couple of rounds we have about 6 more groups that teed off at hole 10. We will see them, and then we'll have all the groups that teed off on holes #1. They'll be slowly making their way around here.
So none of the student athletes here really putting themselves in a great position with their approach shots.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to probably just approach it with a mindset of just, playing for a par, and that's where Colton Day is. He's just off to the back side here of the green.
Colton plays some excellent golf here for the Grizzlies as he finds himself.
He's a little farther back. His shot had some zip on it.
But obviously, we've seen his first and second round were very solid, put together some excellent rounds, and shot on the way. So he had hit it a little long, and I don't think he'll be too upset with that. We certainly could expect to see as the ball ended up just in front of his opponent's bag there. It is quite a tricky putt.
Yeah, a lot of distance to cover. Again, he tried to take a little power off of it, but not too much. Ooh.
Yeah.
There's that hill coming into play right there on the backside.
Yeah, so it's kind of just sitting right on the lip there off the green, and you'll be putting down.
It's an interesting pin placement, partner. When you look at this green, you know, there's a lot of real estate to work with on the front side, and then the back green, that's where the pin is placed and has that drop down point. So if you overshoot the pin, it could go for a roll.
Yeah, we had a chance to take a walk around the green, and you really do get the appreciation of the kind of incline we're working with. And the putt is sent on a good line, but it's going to end up about 6 yards long.
Yeah, that was Ethan Johnston right there in the green. He was looking for a birdie. That one kind of sailed down. So still a good place for him for a par opportunity. All these players here on their 4th shot now.
So, putt on the way here. It is a good distance for this young man from Georgian. And Colton Day's putt. He's going to get close.
Looked like it tailed a little bit too much right. Good putt, though, from distance. That was for par, and you'll probably just tap this one on in here for bogey. So not a terrible shot here on 18 for Colton Day. Jace Shannon now will go for his shot. Again, it's a bit of a hill on the back side of this screen, so maybe a little bit more power having to come through with this shot.
Yeah, Jace from Medicine Hat College wasn't able to quite get onto the green with that approach shot. And he's going to put that one close. And
a little bit short. That's another thing of that power coming into play right there. So this, I think, is the only par opportunity here by Ethan Johnston. Close to the pin.
Yeah, it is a makeable putt. And Johnston's going to just catch a little bit of the cup, but not enough. And we'll take his time finishing up here. This group now eyeballs the front 9. But this is a group, Zach, that we're not able to kind of give them the ideal approaches to the green, and led to some challenging putts. We're going to head to the tee shots for the upcoming group. So got the driver out here for the Georgian Grizzly, Chris Miller.
You see Chris Miller there. And I believe in the white hat, it's Rylan Hodgson.
Yeah, I think Hodgson is able to get a good crack on it. So those fellows are now making their way out into the field.
Kasowski as well in the group for NAIT team.
Yeah, a Alberta heavy group with Rylan by way of Medhat College and Nate Kasowski from the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology. Zach, you spend any time in Alberta?
I believe, trying to think of my landscape. It's been a while since I've done some geography in Canada. Nope, I think that was Saskatchewan. No, not Alberta. Do have family out there.
Wonderful province.
Yeah, I was thinking, oh,
So another wide shot there. You saw the clubhouse of the beautiful RedCrest course, of which the CCAA National Tournament is calling home for this year. The home team Humber Hawks have been doing an excellent job over the years. And when you kind of look at those power rankings, Humber sitting in the top spot coming into the national tournament, and just kind of the all-time over the history of CCAA golf, you also see Humber in that #1 spot. So we'll see if the Hawks can kind of pull it off here on their home turf.
yeah, we know that they've always had a very, very talented and potent golf program, and headlined by Ray Chateau, who's now the athletic director. He was a longtime coach. Humber College, they've always been a very dominant team or program when it comes to golf. On your screen there, that looks to be the man, Rylan. He's teeing up here for his second shot. Just to the left side off of the screen from Rylan is Chris from Georgian.
Yeah, so Rylan, you see, is well inside that 150-yard marker. And a really good look. And it looks like he's put the direction finder off a little bit. You see that's just kind of tucked away behind that. Hell, there it is.
I think just outside of the green.
So a little bit of a missed opportunity there. Certainly had a wonderful look at the green, and will now have a little bit of distance to the cup now on his next shot. Here's a look at the tee box. Still waiting on the arrival of our next group. And once again, there's a look for the fellas. It's a 430-yard hole. The 2024 CCAA Golf Nationals presented by Ping.
Chris Miller looks like he'll be taking his shot just off in the rough area by that car path.
Yeah, so you can see him there. Gets the shot off.
So again, another player we're seeing here where they go long and it goes over that backside of the green. All these players looking like they're just trying to get it on to the green for that par opportunity. 2 shots in each.
So there you see, leading the way is the young man by way of the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, Nate Kasowski. Here's a look at our next group coming in, and Gavin Prosser from Georgian College leading the way, the Grizzly up front. Also in that next group, you have Cory, Pharand, and Tanner Visser from Durham and NAIT, respectively.
Yeah, we'll finish up with this group here. Chris Miller, Rylan, Hodgson, and Nate Kasowski.
So getting all set to tee off for Durham in the very distinctive uniforms that squad is wearing today. This is Cory, Pharand. So look at those practice swings for Cory.
Beautiful swing.
And now it's time for Gavin Prosser to tee off, and we'll get right back to the action on the green right after we see what Gavin uncorks here. The lefty. Back on the green now.
Chris Miller just chipped it over onto the green, sitting probably about 11 yards out. And then one of his teammates, again, Gavin Prosser, like you mentioned, he's going to go for his tee-off shot.
Gets a good crack on that one. On the green now, putt coming up.
Hodgson was taking that one there. Kasowski, he just chipped over and he's just on the fringe. Gonna approach, and then this is what we've been talking about, this backside here. That hill dips down, but this holds enough on the green.
And the other final driver shot from this group teeing off. So Tanner Visser. So we'll see these players finishing up here. Andrew Milani waiting in the wings, getting ready to join the broadcast crew. So trying to get a read on it here.
It looks like Nate Kasowski.
Oh, shit. Bad. Sorry about that. It's all good, man. Let's swat that wasp away. You want me to toss it? No worries. I was done anyway.
And that's going to just be a little off of the mark. And finishing up here.
Kasowski looks like he'll finish with just one over.
Chris Miller looking to finish up strong here on the 18th hole. Not an easy putt, Zach. You know, you just want to be able to bury this and get some good mojo.
Good line.
And that is good mojo. Right there indeed is another good shot from Gavin, pardon me, from Chris on this back nine.
It looks like a par right there for Chris. Par opportunity here for Hodgson.
And that is a heartbreaker. Seems like a bee could come and guide that thing in.
He'll take a one over. So again, we have the next group that teed off. They're just about to find where their first shots went. Again, it's Gavin Prosser, Cory Pharand, and Tanner Visser. And joining me now here, it's going to be Mr. Andrew Milani. And Andrew, we've already seen a couple of these groups go by. It's been some pretty good golf action so far.
Pleasure to be here.
Looking forward to seeing how this next group handles their shots, all on shot number 2. Four more groups, I should say, that are going to be teeing off on 10. And then we'll get into the groups that they started their days teeing off on number 1. Shot here, and looks like the approach which goes over the backside of the green again. That's kind of been the typical shot we've been seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, this 18 is really tough. Par 4 just over, or just under 500 yards, about 472, I believe. And after this initial run there on the fairway, you got to kind of go to the right. And a lot of golfers here have been having trouble with that over these 3 days. We've seen a lot of pars and a lot of bogeys, double bogeys, so obviously a tricky one. Not too many birdies on 18.
Yeah, to back up what you're saying there, on 18, I believe there's only been a total of 10 birdies, I should say. 57 pars, 50 bogeys. So like you said, they're sitting between that 4 to 5 stroke range on this 18. And it's a little dog-lick right when you look at the whole layout. And right here we have Gavin Prosser. It looks like he's lining up for his shot. He coming in today, he was shooting 159. Again, Prosser alongside Cory Pharand and Tanner Visser.
Yeah, it didn't look like a bad shot there, but just kind of rolled off that part of the green there.
Yeah, it was Tanner Visser that took his shot. Now we're just waiting on Gavin Prosser. See on your screen right there. Beautiful, beautiful day. And Mr. Milani covered, or excuse me, Mr. Hamill covered the weather earlier. But yeah, just headed into autumn. We've had some cold days, and now it's getting warmer.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be a high of 15 here in King City. Couldn't have asked for better weather here today for the Nationals.
That's a beautiful on right there. It's rolling around. I think it might just roll a little bit to the fringe, and that's exactly where it'll go. This is our next group. It's 3 players, 1 Georgian college player, Graham McDougall, Rylan Montgomery, and Caden Clark. Montgomery from Medicine Hat College and Clark from NAIT.
Just waiting for this group ahead of them to finish up.
As you can see, this group here, they're just waiting to tee off. You know, the group in front of them, they're approaching onto the green. You can see it picking up right there. Pharand, he had a really good shot to approach onto the green. Caden Clark looks like he'll be the first one teeing off here. So far through 2 rounds, he's hitting 168. Now looks like a good shot. Graham McDougall. He'll be teeing off next, it looks like. On your screen right there, it's Tanner Visser. On the far side, Prosser and Pharand. Good tee off right there by McDougall. Pharand's just lining everything up here. All players sitting around the green, either on their third or fourth shot. I believe Tanner Visser, he'll be on shot 4 as Cory and Gavin are on their third shot here. It's going to be a very long putt for a birdie.
It's going to be tough, especially with that incline.
Yeah, again, the green's set up very interesting. Long incline, and then there's a steep drop-off right behind the pin.
Yeah, so in the back of your mind, I mean, obviously you don't want to undershoot it going uphill, but then, you don't want to overshoot it as well since you got that downhill, which can send you back onto the apron or beyond.
So this is Prosser with his putt, and I think that incline was on his mind, partner. He leaves it pretty short. Just about, I want to say maybe 8 feet. Pharand now, he lines up his putt and he'll get set. And his just tails just a little bit right.
Yeah, not a bad putt, just a little bit off.
And Visser now for NAIT, he'll be going, and this is for his par. Visser is sitting here trying to go for par. Durham, a player from Durham and Georgian there, patiently waiting for their par opportunities.
This is a little bit of a downhill putt. Ooh. Did not anticipate it going down to the left there as well. Tough shot.
He'll finish up, and looks like Visser will end hole 18. Nope, they're just going to take it down. It's going to be Prosser who's actually setting up to putt here. Prosser sets up for his par putt, and he'll sink it there. So he gets the par on 18.
And a hole like this, obviously, you want par here, so a good result there.
Pharand as well, another player in this group that is looking to sink it with a par, and he'll do just that. Looks like it'll be a bogey for Reesor with a 2-putt. Well, Andrew, we're getting through these groups that started on T10. We're now down to our final 4. McDougall, Montgomery, and Clark, they're all patiently waiting to take their second shots. We have our third last group going to the tee box. This will consist of Michael Volk, Barrett Potter, and Blake Pfeff. And in that order, this is the schools: Medicine Hat College, Durham College, and NAIT. So there was that shot rolling up here onto the green, and that'll roll off the backside.
Ooh, yeah, way long there.
I believe that was Caden Clark. Could be mistaken. It's a little bit harder with the distance. Once they get onto the green, it's pretty easy to tell who is who. You can see, you're able to see the hats and the shirts and the team bags.
This is going to be a long shot here from beyond the bunker.
I think the main thing they're looking for, just trying to get over the little fescue.
Play for par. That's what it's all about.
Good hit. Does it have enough legs to get over? And it does. Just that. Tons of legs. That was over the backside of the green again.
Seems to be a pattern to a lot of people overshooting that putting green.
Finishing off for this group is the Georgian player, Graham McDougall. Good shot right there. And a great approach by
Excellent.
Graham. How about that? Puts it within few feet of the hole.
Yeah, they got a little golf clap here at RedCrest, and easy to see why when you stick it right there beside the pin.
That might be the best shot we've seen on the approach of 18.
Absolutely.
Graham McDougall, opportunity at birdie here, and it'll be our first birdie on the day that we're seeing here on 18. So this group here approaching the green, and then, like I mentioned, we have the other group just patiently waiting on the tees, and they're actually about to tee off. And interesting strategy here, Mr. Milani. Not electing to go with the driver, going with an iron.
Yeah, obviously going for precision here. We've seen a few people kind of overshoot it on either of these shots here, so I don't hate that decision.
I believe that was Blake Pfeff for NAIT. Or it could have been Michael Volk. Again, we don't have the best facilities to figure it out. Just kind of going off the team shirts. Not sure if the navy blue with the polka dotted white is NAIT or if it's the Medicine College. We know that Durham College, they're rocking with their green, their signature green. Two players, though, in this group electing to go with the irons instead of going with the driver. We see our last one in the group, Barrett Potter. He's going with the driver. He wastes no time. Just steps up to the tee and just unleashes a howitzer.
Just steps up and goes.
And back here we see. Looks like that's Caden Clark. So it looks like you mentioned these two players here. They're going to be going for chip-ons to par, and then the one that we're going to follow is Graham McDougall. Who, again, he had a fantastic approach on that second shot.
Yeah, got that just a couple feet within the pin, so he's going to be going last out of these three.
Good chip, and that's tough because, again, that left side, it has that little tail off, and it looks like that'll be on the ring outside of the green.
Yeah, it's definitely at the forefront of these golfers' minds here today.
Yeah, it's kind of just been the same thing we've been seeing over these groups, even with the females. And that chip just trying to set himself up there.
That's a good chip right there. That camera angle right there, you can see just the slope on that green there. So tough.
So that's actually, I believe that is Caden Clark. I'm trying to look at the logo on the sleeve.
Yeah, that is Caden Clark.
I believe that's Caden Clark for NAIT. Ooh. A little bit of a slope there left.
Yeah, and he's going to have to settle for bogey here.
And now it'll be Rylan Montgomery setting up his opportunity at a par.
Looks like a straightforward shot, but obviously got to be able to read the green.
And his shot a little bit left. So he looks like he's going to settle himself for a bogey. Oh,
ooh, that's rough.
Just lips it. Montgomery will settle down with that double bogey, and now we have McDougall, the man who's looking to be the first one to birdie. Again, this is just for a birdie opportunity. He's shooting 155 coming into this one. This is a great line of it to see how this green will break. Goes for it, and he'll sink it for birdie. So first birdie on hole 18 belongs to Graham McDougall. Not too bad, though, either. 76 day one, 78 day two, plus 12 through 2 rounds. And obviously we don't have the updated score for what he did on the back nine here. But we saw what he did on 18, and I think that's all that really matters for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if he's still in title contention here, but obviously ending off at least the first half here, the top 9. Definitely feel good about yourself heading into the back 9.
This is our next group that we were discussing. Michael Volk, Barrett Potter, and Blake Feth coming in here. Medicine Hat College, Durham College, and NAIT. So I believe that this is Michael Volk. Medicine Hat, they were having those white hats in the first couple groups. Now noticing the polka dotted shirt. Again, we'll figure out once they get closer. All players on their second shots here. Looked like that bounced just either on the green or just off of it on the ring in front of us here.
Still in good position to save par there, though.
Potter, his shot, not a bad one either. So all 3 players actually, they're all sitting on the far side of the green here.
You know, within a few feet of each other.
Yeah. So all have an opportunity. It's going to be a long putt, but it is an opportunity for birdie. And this is our next group that's teeing off. See a Durham College player and Sean Michaelicka, and then Nathan Lepore. Durham College and Confederation College. Lepore will be teeing off first. Looked like a good shot.
Yeah, looks straight coming off the tee. And I see it bouncing right over there, right in the middle where you want to get it. So should be making his approach easy.
That's a good first shot. And look at that. That shot right by Sean, I should say. Sean Michaelicka. So on the screen right there, that's Michael Volk. Just trying to see who's setting up to putt first here. Again, all 3 players kind of in and around the general area. They're all kind of near each other. It looks like it will be the Durham College player, though, and Barrett Potter. So start setting things up will be Barrett Potter. Again, these are all birdie putts. But Mr. Milan, I have a feeling they're just trying to get close for a par. Potter, that's a pretty good approach. Probably leaving himself 6 to 7 feet.
Yeah, no shame in 2-putting from all the way back there.
Okay, just trying to set yourself up nicely to, you know, not
Save
affect.
par.
Yeah, save par, not affect that scorecard coming in the 18th hole. Again, so all these teams have teed off on hole 10. They will go play the front 9 after this one. So rolling up and kind of the same thing. It's just they're understanding that backside of the green, it's playing off the the backside. It's just kind of dropping off.
One more long putt here coming up. This is Rylan Montgomery.
And he'll be going for his. Again, all these players here, this is the third last group that teed off on hole 10. Good speed on it, good speed. Oh no, just sailing. Now if hopefully he can hold on to the green, and it will. So went for it.
And that was looking good right up until the very end, but still on the green, still very easy for him to save par.
Yep, now all these players going for par. It looks like the first one to go. Trying to, again, apologies to the players. We're trying our best here when it comes to the broadcast to figure out, who is who. So we believe that this is Michael Volk. His shot. Trying to save the par. No, just going over the hole. So it looks like he's going to have to settle for the bogey. Coming up for the next shot, Potter. He's going for par. And he'll sink it. So Barrett Potter comes away with a par on 18. And I believe this is Blake Feff. He's lining up his shot to try to save his par. And again, it's a beautiful, beautiful day here in King City.
Sun is shining, just to feel the wispy clouds in the sky, but that's no bother.
And this one goes over. So it looks like Feth is going to also have to settle with a bogey. And Potter, the only one in this group coming away with a par. But partner, I'm excited here for these next golfers coming up because, Nathan Lepore, we saw his initial tee shot, and he is set up beautifully in the middle of the fairway.
He could be on birdie alert over here with this next group.
All depends on how he approaches his second shot here. You can see down on the fairway, he had the rangefinder out trying to read it. But he is set up beautifully. Just off to the left, off the camera, we can see Sean Michalika. So the first shot will be Lepore, it looks like. Michalika, he's just has the rangefinder out. And it will be Lepore in the red shirt there. Nathan Lepore coming into this third round, 156 after 2.
And Michalika hit it just past the green. That's going to be Lepore's turn. Once again, great position he's coming from.
Goes up and good shot, it looks like. And it's going to roll a little bit. Again, he kind of elected to go short with it, so he might be safe playing it for that par like we talked about. Not a bad strategy. Obviously, you can always take that risk of trying to, get it near the backside to set up a birdie opportunity, but no, he elected to go with the par. And excuse me, Sean Michaelika, he actually already had himself his shot, so he's sitting around. And this is the next group teeing off. Mason Gorski and Charles Edmund Prohl.
This is Charles Edmund right now in frame.
Edmund Prohl. Like you said, his teeing off. Both of these players in this last group, for the ones that teed off at hole 10, they are both shooting 156 after 2 rounds. Looked like he elected to play the slice a little bit. Pulled it, and see if this one kind of drops along the fairway.
There's a seagull hanging out in the fairway there too. Hopefully he doesn't run away with any balls.
Sitting around that marker out there, and
Yeah.
he's looking for his first. Mason Gorski, you can see on your screen right there, he'll be teeing off very shortly. As the players that are arriving here onto the green in Sean Michaelika and Nathan Lepore, they're just getting their final looks in here. Looks like a good swing by Gorski. Seagull better get out of the way there. Michaelika looks like he'll be lining up to take his shot first. Just trying to get it on and close for a par opportunity. Again, that's been the basic strategy we've seen on hole 18 out of these golfers. The chip on, he went a little bit weaker with it. Thought it might roll more, but left himself a pretty good lie for the putt.
Yeah, definitely makeable for a par from there. That's going to be a long birdie putt for Lepore here.
And yeah, Lepore, like you said, that birdie putt, and this is going to be interesting here. So we saw him kind of lay up a little bit, play the long putt instead of trying to get it close to the pin. Now, do you go with more power on your putt, try to get it, go for the birdie, or do you just kind of lay off a little bit? That's kind of, I guess, what's going through Lepore's mind right here. Then you can see this is a great shot right here of how far this putt actually is.
Yeah, definitely want to give it some power there, but I mean the balance of how much is enough and too much is very delicate in this case.
Putt here again, looks like he kind of went soft just to get it up and over that incline, and he'll sit not a bad distance away. He gives himself a good lie as well. So both of these players an opportunity here on hole 18 for a par. It'll be Michaelika and Lepore. As we see the final group that teed off on hole 10, they'll have an opportunity as they're approaching their shots on the fairway.
Alyssa to go first.
Trying to line it up here. No, misses just a little left. So he'll try to settle for a bogey. Lepore, he'll look to sink this one for a par. This one approaching, and he'll sink it. Nathan Lepore, he'll find himself a par on 18 as Alyssa will try to finish off with a bogey. And again, it's a good lie, giving himself a good opportunity here.
And just to get bogey there.
So the final group of that teed off on T10, they teed off back at 12:10. They're coming through, Mason Gorski and Charles Edmund Prohl. You see Gorski, or excuse me, that's Edmund Prohl. Charles Edmund Prohl, he's going to set up and looks like he'll be the one shooting first. A little bit farther back, so probably going with about a 6 or a 7 here. Sailed it far over, I believe, so I think he's going to be playing on the backside. Oh, never mind. It was practice swing. Thought he hit that over. I looked at some of the observers here. They were looking to the backside.
It looked like when he followed through, it looked like he was observing a shot. And there he goes.
Yep. Good cut back on the ball. Yeah, rolls just onto the green, so he's giving himself a chance at a long par, or long birdie putt, I should say. And Mason Gorski will go for his shot. His second shot here.
He's reading the fairway up ahead.
Trying to get the distance of how far out they lie.
And the second stroke here can be very tricky considering where the sand traps are on this hole. Of course, you know, a good shot here can set you up for birdie, so it's got to be on the forefront of his mind.
Gorski just trying to get set up and line up the shot here. Like you mentioned, Mr. Milani, an opportunity if he can get it close to the pin to go for a birdie. He had a really good first shot off the tee. This one looked beautiful. Looked like a straight up and down. Yeah, straight up and down and in a great spot. So both these players on the green for a birdie putt have an opportunity. And we'll see if anybody can sink a long putt here for a birdie. But I think, partner, the best shots so far on the day was Graham McDougall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he is the only player that has gotten a birdie on 18 so far today. Again, it's a warmer day than the past couple. We were hearing from some of the workers yesterday, some of the players that, they were shaking in between shots because of how cold the weather got. Thankfully, though, they're getting treated to a phenomenal day today. So this final group that teed off on hole 10, they make their way up here towards the green, and then in about a little bit of time, we'll have all the groups that teed off on hole 1. They'll make their way through. Charles Enman Prohl, he'll looks like got his club set up first. Actually, I believe it's, so it will be Gorski shooting first. So we'll have the final 2 putts here for the groups in T10.
Well, Andrew, great to be with you. I'm checking in for Zach Benoit. Matt the Hammer Hamill is what I go by, and I'm back in the mix.
Gonna hammer this one home.
Well, you'd hope so, Andrew. I mean, it's good distance. And he's looking at it right now. Channel the inner Nick Taylor to maybe not quite that far, but
Yeah, tough shot here for Prohl. He's going to go for a long birdie on this shot.
looks like good weight. Ooh. Andrew, it's a good looking putt, but not able to finish that one off. But that was a tricky spot that he started from on that shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that so many golfers here today have struggled to find their way below par on this hole.
Yeah, and really over the course of the tournament, right? You see those statistics and how many golfers have successfully gone under par on this 18th hole, and it's not been too many of them.
Now it's Gorski. Another long birdie attempt. Just overshoots that. Now both of them with some manageable par attempts here.
So day 3 of the CCAA Golf Championships. Presented by Ping.
Plenty of fun here at RedCrest all throughout this week.
Yeah, beautiful course, Andrew. My first time on this particular golf course, and just
too.
the drive up here too, coming from the city. I mean, you head north on the 400 highway, and this time of year, goodness gracious, the fall colors were in full effect.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and kind of the same scene here. I mean, great time of year to be out here on this beautiful course.
Gorski for birdie, or for par. Ooh, just missed that one. It's going to be a bogey for Gorski. Not going to be happy about that. Pro will have a chance to save par.
Yeah, we're making short distance with this one, but just to be sure, this group teed off at 12:10. Andrew, they're going to be making their way to the first hole.
And Pro will save par there. That's going to do it for our group of golfers that teed off on 10 initially. Now we're going to be waiting for the next half that all started on hole number 1 here this morning.
Yeah, and we're
into
going
the
to be,
afternoon.
you bet, we're going to be seeing some ladies come here up first, Andrew. And Humber's Elaine Sergipragigo. We know the Humber Hawks have seen their fair share of success in CCAA golf tournaments, to say the least. But for the Hawks, it's, especially on that men's side, a little bit of a comeback spot here on day 3 with
We'll take a little bit of a break here as we wait for the next group of golfers. We'll see you soon.
bring that weather graphic back for us.
We'll take a quick break. Well, as we wait for the next group of golfers.
Are we
doing, I guess, the proper rotation here, going from 1 to 18.
Andrew, we've been parked here at the 18th hole. Certainly have seen some good action right here. And now it's a group of ladies approaching, and Humber Hawk in the mix. Elaine Sergio Pragigo. This group of ladies, alongside Sofia DeZordo and Lauren Suka, teed off at 10:30, back when it was a chilly morning, Andrew, but absolutely beautiful conditions we're looking at now.
If you had to say what your picture-perfect conditions were for golf, I'm pretty sure this would be as close as it came for this time of year.
Yeah, for a mid-October round, absolutely beautiful. Now, 278 yards is the distance these ladies are facing for this 18. The fellas on this par 4 are shooting 430 yards. On the tournament, Andrew, the 18th hole has proven to be the 7th most challenging.
Seventh most in terms of ones that went over par, I'm guessing.
I'm thinking just kind of crunching the numbers. Yeah. Andrew, the Humber Hawks are certainly accustomed to finding CCAA golf success. Came into the tournament ranked number 1 in the nation, but Humber is going to have to really play some solid golf here if they want to capture gold at home.
The women currently sitting number 1 in the team event, although the Quebec women just 1 stroke behind. So this one could come down to the wire. Of course, we got another day ahead tomorrow, which of course we will be broadcasting as well on HSN. But for now, it's day 3 here at the CCAA National Championships.
Yeah, and Humber men's are sitting in 3rd place compared to the Humber women's team, who are first in the women's team action. But Andrew, we've seen the Humber Hawks fall even further behind. It was Humber and Fanshawe, 2 Ontario bird-based athletic programs, who were kind of neck and neck there in 2nd and 3rd. But now you see Fanshawe with a 5-stroke advantage over Humber. Plus 51 for Humber, plus 46 for Fanshawe. But way ahead of both squads are the Andre Laurando Boomerang at 37 over as a team.
Still a day and a half of golf left to be played, but Andre Laurando with a 9-stroke lead. They gotta like that, especially at this point.
But as you mentioned, Andrew, it's 5 women's teams competing in this CCAA Golf Championship. And Humber with a As of our latest stat update on the CCAA website, a 1-stroke lead.
Yeah, so you were fine when you were tight, but then once they hit it, you have to resume that pretty.
Yeah, the other women's teams slowly kind of falling out of contention there with the team event. But Humber and the Quebec team right there neck and neck. Oh, beautiful approach shot here.
You know, Andrew, for this Humber women's team, it was really an excellent first round back on Tuesday, where as a team, they shot 147 strokes.
This is Humber's Elaine Sergio Perjoto. Getting ready to make her approach the green right now. And we mentioned before, this is a tricky approach, especially since that pin is kind of on a downhill curve. Looks good.
Yeah, Andrew, it looked like it was coming in with some good heat. Maybe it would be bouncing long, but really caught the hill on that green. And as you can see, it is perched perfectly for a very good look on the next shot.
Yeah, it looks like within 10 feet or so. Perfect for saving par.
Who do you know? Ella Dolan? Nice. He's coming up. Yeah. Not this next group, but the one after.
So, Andrew, you see one shot will be coming up on that kind of near side of the screen.
It looks like the three ladies here are looking in the bush here as one of the golf balls got lost in there.
Usually takes a search party bigger than this to help find some of my approach shots. One time we called in the Coast Guard to help look for my ball. Andrew still didn't find it.
I hate when people ask me, oh, you know where my ball went? I can barely keep an eye on mine. So
Yeah, look.
Don't ask me to keep an eye on yours.
Duly noted, Andrew Milani. When we do the annual Hawks Sports Network Scramble, I'm going to find a partner who's a little more interested in looking for my ball. I'm just kidding, Andrew. I'd love to play golf with your partner.
Probably best if we do best ball given my acumen on the greens.
Well, you know, the search party is what started this jag, and it looks like we're now ready to get back to hitting here.
This is going to be a tough chip shot here to get on the green. If she overshoots this, she can be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and you can tell what she appears to be hitting out of does not look overly friendly. It popped up high.
Yeah, manages to get on the apron there. Could have been a lot worse.
Good look at it here, Andrew, and avoiding that kind of mean slant by hitting from the side here. Plunked nicely there, but a little bit too much roll.
Ooh, that's not the way she wanted that one to go.
Humber's with the skirt.
So Andrew, we're getting a chance here to see OCAA champion Elaine Sergio-Pragigo for the Humber Hawks. There she is on the near side of your screen in the black and white. Here's our next shot coming up.
Gonna elect for a long putt. Shot that a little long.
Not a tremendously makeable next putt for that young lady, but you can kind of get a look at the other ball being played that's just kind of rolled long. We saw just a moment ago.
Chip shot here.
Didn't see great body language right from the get-go, Andrew, but all things considered, that will play for her next shot. So Elaine stepping up now, and she's golfing in this group alongside Sophia DeZordo by way of Quebec and Lauren Sutka by way of the province of Alberta.
Laying a chance for birdie. Just a little bit short there.
Saw the weight was about right, but took a little funny left in Albuquerque there on her. And there's the tap in for par.
Another missed putt.
And we'll finish it up there. So these ladies are finishing up their afternoon. Up until now, every group we've seen has been finishing up their back nine and then heading off to the front. It's kind of had the staggered starts. What could be her final stroke of the day?
Yeah, just curled in there a little bit. And we can see the next group getting ready to tee off in the box. close putt here. No mistake.
So 3 of 4 rounds in the books for these 3 ladies. There's the handshake, sealing the deal. And Andrew, we got the tee shots for the next group on the way. Susan Chen for Humber. Yes, sorry, Andrew.
And Jordan Newlands. Jordan currently tournament leader.
Yeah, coming into today, shooting an average of 75 strokes per round. And that is indeed the best of any golfer on the women's side we've seen. So Andrew, you get to see a couple of Humber athletes with their approach shots. 3 golfers and a gull in frame right now.
Watch out for that goal. Make sure he doesn't take the ball.
I've golfed with a few gulls, Andrew, and one thing I learned, you got to keep an eye on them.
Ladies are taking a look at their rangefinder. All 3 of these ladies in good position. Let's see this approach shot. Ooh, just overshot that one. It's in the rough.
So you don't need to try to follow it into the sky.
Well, Andrew, that certainly will play for her. Again, a good angle with which to approach the pin from that, but yeah, I mean, that's a good 20 yards. Plus, as you mentioned, hitting from some taller grass. Next shot on the way in. That one looked like kind of faded off on the left side of the green. And that looks like a bit more of a challenging second or third shot for her coming up. Andrew, 3 golfers in this crew. Only 2 are playing it out here. A little correction, Andrew. We're seeing women's tournament leader Jordan Newlands for Humber. She's going to be in the next group, but we do in fact have Humber's Susan Chen, who's not far behind Jordan. I mean,
she's not.
152 strokes over her first 2 rounds compared to Jordan's 150. So helping to highlight a big part of why this Humber Hawks team is sitting in the #1 spot for the women's side, but
Ooh, just overshot the green there. Luckily it didn't go too far.
Andrew, you see the winds blowing from the fairway through the top of the green, but really not much in terms of wind strength. Temperature was downright chilly this morning, but we're now sitting up at 14 degrees.
Can we get that weather graphic again? 42%.
So Andrew, this is the one we mentioned as really not, not all that bad in terms of the line to the hole. You know, she was hoping to stick it on the green with her second shot, but see how close she can put it to that hole.
Oh, beautiful job there.
Wow. Absolutely gorgeous shot. Andrew, you see the weight on that is darn near perfect.
Yep.
Just a couple of inches off to the right is all that stood in the way from that birdie shot.
This shot's going to be a little bit more difficult. But another great result there, right there by the pin. She's just going to tap this one in. No mistake.
I like that there. Got the toque and the T-shirt, Andrew. That's the time of year. That's the time of year it is. You don't know if it's coming or going in the weather department, but all in all, a nice, very nice day today, and even more beautiful weather on tap for tomorrow. The daytime high today, 15 degrees with nothing but sunshine. Tomorrow we stick with the sun, but here at the RedCrest Golf Course, we're going to see a little bit warmer temperature, which I could report if my Weather Network app would load, Andrew. It's a little pokey right now. Golf course is notorious for Wi-Fi and cell service being a little spotty.
Susan Chen missing that long putt attempt there. She's going to have to try again.
Andrew, the high tomorrow, 18 degrees. So we're going to be about 3 degrees warmer than today even.
I'll take that.
And as these teams, many departing on Saturday, but hey, if you're staying the weekend in Southern Ontario, 20 degrees on Saturday and sunny, 21 and sunny to round out the weekend.
Ooh, just lips that one. Bad break. I believe this is Mackenzie Cloutier. No mistake there. That'll be it for their day. Some handshakes, some hugs there. They get ready to head back to the clubhouse and decompress before one last day of golf tomorrow.
You bet, Andrew. And we've just seen quite the positive development in terms of the environment they get to play in here. I mean, it's a beautiful course any way you slice it, but to have these conditions just perfect for golf. You know, sometimes this time of year you do get that sunny day, but it might come with some gustier winds, but the wind not a factor for the golfers here. blue skies. And 3 more golfers wrapping up for the day, heading to the beautiful RedCrest clubhouse. Andrew, sunny skies, as we mentioned, 14 degrees. Couldn't ask for better weather here at the 2024 CCAA Golf National Championships, Day 3. Andrew, what would you think the average daytime high this time of year is in this particular location?
Ooh, I would have to say.
How warm does it
Probably-
usually get on October 17th, an hour north of Toronto?
I'd say like anywhere from like 10 to low teens.
Yeah, you're right in the mix. I think about 13 degrees,
Okay.
12, 13. So we are playing with house money with some of the warmer temperatures we're working with.
Yeah, certainly has been a beautiful fall here in southern Ontario. Cannot complain about that.
And a beautiful look at that water.
This is a look at the OCAA women's rankings right now. So OCAA 1, that is Humber, sitting in first place with a 5-stroke lead. And we have Quebec, Alberta 1, Ontario 2, and then finally Alberta 2. And like we said before, should be neck and neck heading down the stretch between Humber and the Quebec team. It should be very interesting. And that's a look at hole 18 here. We're broadcasting here all day and all day tomorrow as well. And of course, RedCrest Golf Club in King City, Ontario. And we will take a short break here before our next group.
Thank you. Make sure they win. Try my best.
Probably won't even make the game.
I'll get there by like 6:30 when you baseball.
Yeah,
So I'll be in innings.
yeah. 3 pitches.
Sorry? What is Clemens? The orange. Oh, orange. Yeah, orange. Thank you. What's up? I'm excited for this. Do you want one? No, no, no. Both for you.
guys got to be picking up the live scores. Didn't get the last live score, right?
Anyway, Jordan has 13 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So there's lots. Finish that. Go tackle.
And welcome back for our next group here. This is going to be our final group of women here for the day. Jordan Newlands, Mackenzie Cloutier, and Ella Gifford all getting ready to tee off. Jordan Newlands currently the tournament leader, of course, representing the hometown Humber Hawks.
Yeah, she's playing some solid golf, and so are her Humber teammates, and big part of why the home field Hawks are sitting atop the tournament leaderboard. This is where we need our binoculars. Lost kind of sight on that one, but sometimes, Andrew, if our cameras can't pick it up, kind of just maybe read the body language of the golfer and get your indication of how that shot might have ended up. Lord knows you catch me on the golf course, body language not good most of the time. Thanks to my erratic shooting. A good looking swing there, Andrew.
She's always played it there.
So tee shots have been made, and the ladies now walk out into the field, and we should get a much better idea of where some of those drives ended up. Welcoming back to the broadcast, Zach Benoit. My name is Matt Hamill. Andrew Milani taking a well-deserved rest for the moment.
Yeah, we're each getting a good little, what did you say, a 30-minute break so far, and it's been some pretty good action so far.
I know you've had your eyes on the course here, and
oh yeah, for sure.
What are you thinking of what we've seen in the last little while here?
It's kind of been the same thing we've been seeing all day. It's just when the golfers are approaching the green here, a lot of their shots are going towards the back end of the green. We've only really seen one player kind of stick one right on the green by the pin. That was Graham McDougall, and he did a really good job.
That was a gorgeous shot. Must have been about 2 or 3 feet from the cup, and I mean that was like a 170-yarder approach. So as our final women's team of the day finishing up their round here on 18, the fellas are going to be jumping in next.
Yeah, and we're seeing currently 2 out of the top 3 in the standings entering today. Jordan Newlands, Mackenzie Cloutier, and Ella Gifford. Gifford sitting at 164, and Cloutier 153. Newlands at 150. She was the leader coming into today.
So Andrew, we see a good look there. Ball not far off the green.
Yeah, just on that little fringe.
That will play big time.
It looks like one more player just finishing up their shot before crossing over here towards the green. But these are the leaders, partner. This is the group that, they're sitting in front right now.
Yep. Yeah, you said it.
And it should be interesting to see Jordan Newlands coming into today. She was sitting at number 1. The Humber Hawk herself.
And made contact there.
That's a great on.
Wow, yeah, there it is.
And
yeah, beautifully played here, and that is the kind of approach shot you like here on the final hole of the day.
Yeah, 2 of them back to back right there. Beautiful shots. So obviously scores need to be tallied still, but Lang Lois, she's done so far today, and she finished the day +1. Shot of 72. And Newlands, who's finishing up her round, it's updated towards the 13th. She was +3 going into the 13th.
Zach, we are seeing these ladies cleaning up their round for the day, and this is a good look. We've seen a lot of shots from this angle. Pretty level with the pin. Well played, Zach. A spectacular line. Going to leave it a little bit short.
Yeah.
But a solid stroke anyway you slice
Yeah,
it.
for sure. And great approach right there. You have a good lie to try to sink it in. I believe it's for a par. Lost the count, the number. But nonetheless, it's been a pretty solid day for these three ladies.
Day 3 of CCAA Championship Week. Okay, here's a look. Big putt to wrap things up for her Thursday. And it is almost right on the money. Looked like for a hot minute there, that was going Drano. She'll mark it.
Had a good line and looked like it just kind of broke a little bit more than she was expecting.
Humber's Jordan Newlands. And didn't quite get what she wanted on that one. And it's a very makeable par putt.
Looks like she was expecting the break to go and just kind of never did. It stayed straight.
Right down the alley here, Zach looking to finish up the round, and we'll do just that.
Yeah, just like you said, just trying to get the round out. And a lot of these golfers, looks like they've had pretty successful days. You know, just taking their time, not doing too much.
And knocked in. To a smattering of applause. You know, we've seen some great golf on the women's side here today, and this group in particular has been shooting lights out over the course of 3 days. And there's our final shot on the women's side of the tournament for today.
It'll be very interesting to see how things shake up once the final scoring gets settled, because obviously, again, with our semi-updated board right now, Jordan Newland's still sitting in first place. Rosalie Lang-Lois in second, Mackenzie Cloutier in third, and Susan Chen dropping down from second to fourth. We're just waiting to find the final scores for Newlands and Cloutier. Everybody else, they're done their rounds and it's updated. So until we find out that, Lang-Lois is one of those players that's going to be looking at Newlands, try to find out her score.
Well, we're going to, after that great hole to wrap things up on the women's side, take a quick break here on the Hawks Sports Network. You're watching the 2024 CCAA Golf National Championships. Now it's the fellas' turn to take center stage here, finishing up their rounds here on 18. We'll be right back here on the Hawks Sports Network after this.
Did you confirmation or just take?
I was like, can I just take this? I was like, yeah. I was thinking that too.
It's gonna be tight. Yeah, look how long the shadows are already getting.
Yeah.
You guys are getting bored.
Zach is probably gonna have to leave here around 5.
Is that right? You got Ulta tickets? Oh no, you're seeing nickel tonight.
No, I got bowling.
Since when do you start talking about yourself in the third person? That's what I want to know.
Jimmy.
Exactly.
They're not picking up this piece of labor. He has to get through these holes real quick. I mean, like, is it just me or like some of the their approaches are taking a very long time? Like they're like lining up the shot with the shot.
Play for a national championship.
That makes sense. they're not just me.
There is a golf etiquette. Look how much practice we're allowed to take.
Golf is like way more fun.
More
less etiquette.
Rip it and rip it.
And you could like just
And welcome back here to RedCrest. We have the first group coming up here. So the 3 that it'll look like it will be, it's William Bellavance, Regan Kohlberg, and Owen Laverty. Those are the 3. Champlain, St. Lawrence, Saints, and St. Clair College, the 3 golfers. Those are their schools. And we're underway with the men's. That was Regan Kohlberg right there in the white teeing off. You can get a little fist bump from a fellow competitor, and they'll make the walk over. So again, this is the first of the final group of men here, and again, these guys teed off on hole 1 at 11.
Okay, guys, let's get on camera again.
again, when we look at the men's standings, well, it's Andre Lorondo Boomerangs in first. They're up 10 strokes on Fanshawe. And the Falcons, they're up 5 strokes on the Hawks. That's your current top 3. On the day, the Humber is +1, Fanshawe +2, and Boomerang are +2. When you look at the rounds for the first day, Humber, they had a little bit of a rough one, 310 total. Fanshawe and Andre Lorondo both shot 303. Then Humber bounced back with the 308 that they matched Fanshawe with on day 2. And Boomerang, they shot 299. That is the only team that's been able to shoot under 300 in those first 2 rounds. You see the players from group number 1 here. They're walking down. William Bellavance, Regan Kohlberg, and Owen Latverty. So it looks like we're going to have one man shooting around where the car path is. The other 2 looks like they hit the fairway just beyond that marker.
Yes, indeed, Zach. Sun getting lower on the horizon here at RedCrest. Let me try that again. RedCrest.
For the updated look at the men's standings, Zach Pajot is sitting in first place. Ben Landers and Luke Evans of Fanshawe College sitting second and third. And then Michael Volk from Medicine Hat College sits in fourth. Pajot, though, through his front 9, -2 on the day. He's dropped that line. He is even on the tournament.
Yeah, playing some outstanding golf. And a couple of players, he shot a 71 on the opening round on Tuesday, as did Fanshaw's Luke Evans. So a couple players came out of the gate real hot. But as it stands right now, Pajot following up in his second round with a 73 puts him in a pretty good spot. And a good showing from Fanshawe. I mean, Ben Landers and Luke Evans in second and third place.
Good shot there, and I believe that is St. Clair Saints player, Owen Latverty. See Latverty standing right beside Kohlberg there. And the player further up down to the left is William Bellavance. Latverty got on with his second shot, so he has a birdie opportunity with a little bit of a long putt.
Yeah, that's stuck in a pretty solid spot there. You see it just kind of hanging on for dear life by the looks of it on that top corner. But that young man has got his ball at the dance.
Not a bad shot from Kohlberg. And now we have Bellavance. He'll be taking his second.
So you see it kind of push on the near side of your screen there, on the bottom side, a little bit long, but once again, you see a lot of these golfers are doing a good job of putting the ball in this sort of region of the green, and some rolling it a little long, but as you can see, it is quite a drop-off in altitude on the near side of the green, so a lot of these golfers electing to push it on the longer side of things.
You see this group here, they're approaching the tees or excuse me, they're approaching the green. 2 players, they have an opportunity for a birdie. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but the opportunity is there. And then the third shot we just saw from William, his shot carried over into the fringe, so he does technically have a shot at a birdie with the chip in. But what we've been seeing is a lot of players on this green, they've been playing it safe. They're okay electing to get closer for that birdie putt, or that par putt, I should say.
Well, Zach, let's head back to the tee box where we have a new group approaching. Edouard Laflamme, Jeremy Hart, and Cale Morentate. The latter by way of St. Clair College in Southwest Ontario.
Yeah, and all 3 schools, same ones as these guys in this first group.
So first up there on the right side of your screen. And these, you know, Andrew, or Zach, sorry, we've seen a lot of folks putting from this general area, and I think some of the reads have been a little tough. We've seen some balls kind of veer off in unexpected ways. It has proved challenging.
Yeah, and you know, this is a very interesting green because when you look at it, there's a big invert, but as soon as you get past that pin, there's a stiff drop-off on the backside of the green.
Yeah, we are shooting uphill big time right now from this spot. So it might be tough to kind of gauge the right weight, but we'll see here as finishing up his round.
Owen Lafferty.
You see he really put quite a bit on it. Oh, and see maybe too much. Of course, you know, anytime you're hitting up a hill like we have on this green, you might be tempted to put a little extra Frank's Red Hot sauce on it. And I mean, Zach almost looked like it was near skipping over the hole.
Yeah, very, very close right there for Lafferty. Talked about, you know, if you want to risk it for that birdie, and that's what he just tried to do, risk it for the birdie. Bellavance here, he took the shot, and you see him, he's telling it just to sit. He's setting himself up for a par.
And again, another example of what I mentioned a few moments ago of a lot of putts coming in from that general area, that kind of quadrant of the green. And they've just been giving everybody's headaches for the most part. And you see the misread that time as that was well left of the cup. On the other side now, Zach, will see if the line is a little more friendly.
For Mr. Regan Goldberg.
And again, just sort of skipping over, and you saw a little bit of that heartbreak from Goldberg.
Yeah, he would have had that birdie, and I think he'll elect to take it for a par. Sails out wide. Lafferty, he looks like he's going to try to sail now for bogey.
Yeah, nice makeable distance right now, but you want to be sure. And will knock that down.
So the last one we have remaining in the group here is Bellavance, and this is his par putt.
Beautiful conditions continue here at RedCrest. Here in King, Ontario, a bit north of the city, and that's knocked down. And these fellas will shake hands as their third round of the tournament comes to a close. They have one more round tomorrow to leave it all out there here at the National Championship Tournament, the CCAA Golf Championships presented by Ping. And they clear out. We've already had the group behind tee off.
Yeah, so it was the same three schools that we just saw in this group, but just different players. From Champlain St. Lawrence, it was Eduardo Laflemme. Saint has Jeremy Hart, and St. Clair College had Cale Maratate. So we have the first shot coming off right here.
And that one really got away from him, as it looked like very quickly took a line well right off course. And that's going to be about 40 yards away from the cup by my estimation, and hitting off from the side. Next shot is coming up, Zach. You know, we've been saying all day, this 18 is certainly a tricky green. And it's a tough approach, right? You really have quite the zone you're trying to land it in on the top of that green. And that's going to go long.
Yeah, you just kind of, you have to decide. You want to kind of lay it up a little bit and play off the front side, or do you want to have it go flying over the backside?
Well, we had the ladder on that particular stroke.
I think we have one more player shooting. I want to say that's Edouard Laflemme. See the gentleman walking up that's already almost at the green. He has that St. Trojan shirt on. Jeremy Hart, that is.
Playing solid tracks on the shout out. That's what you get in cottage country. True.
their residency ended.
Looked like another one that just landed right there on the green by Le Flamme.
Yeah. That here, man.
Yeah, that is a good look. Granted, you know, we've seen so many players err on the side of putting it long just because that is quite the ramp up this green to the pin. So that'll be an interesting shot. Andrew, we know some folks have been finding difficulty hitting up the hill and finding that right weight. And even just in the last group, we saw one attempt to power it up that hill, and the ball ended up rolling well long. So that will be interesting to see how this shot is played.
Yeah, the first shot here looks like already setting himself up is Jeremy Hart, just to the left side. I think this might be the first time we're actually seeing somebody shoot from a little bit beyond the green to the left.
Yeah, just on the left, out of frame right now, and he's
further down behind Kale Marentate for St. Clair College. He's trying to get on there, give himself an opportunity for par.
Yeah, a little bit of luck not on his side on this final hole of the round.
Oh, really?
The approach shot we mentioned, it skewed right from the get-go. Not able to fully recover there, but see if he can tidy it up here on the final hole of his round.
Did one of you guys say on the rugby broadcast that Prince looked small and not intimidating? Evidently Prince was like, Alana told me he's like, one of the commentators said, and he's like lifting more weight in the gym because he's so angry. He's a scary man. I'm like, it wasn't me. I would never say he's not intimidating.
I'm only calling rugby on Sunday. I haven't called one yet, so
Zach,
I can wipe my hands of that. I talked about Prince and how he has like a very specific ritual when he warms up for a kick. That's about it, though.
Played contact sports. I know a bad man when I see one.
So this is one of those tough putts, Zach, up the hill. And tracking it here. Approaching.
That was the birdie putt, but it looks like he elected to just kind of play it short. Trying to set himself up.
Yeah, so there's the pin for perspective.
Again, majority of the players today, we've just seen them kind of play it slow and play it smart. We already have the next group. They already teed off. They're patiently waiting behind this group. Next group includes Justin Grindgris, Malcolm Garrity, and Simon Muir.
Hey Andrew, when these guys that are on the fairway finish up, do you want to sit in for the?
Yeah, sure. What group is this?
I can hear you at the broadcast.
So what group's this on the fairway?
So just finishing up here with the second men's group playing on the back nine here. Marin Tate looks like he finishes his day with a par. And this is the par putt for LaFlemme. Just a little bit over.
So these three finishing up the round here. We'll get our closer shot. Just a couple of yards away. Obviously, you want to just sink it to finish up for the day. And not going to get the break. Sort of caught that lip of the cup. But not enough to drain it.
Yeah, these two players patiently trying to get their days done. So I believe that's a double bogey right there over Jeremy Hart. And now a bogey attempt for LaFlemme. And he'll sink that, and that'll do it for this group here. So this was the tee-offs from the previous group that went. Leading things off there was Simon Moore. And then here looks like Malcolm Garrity. And then the final one to shoot was Justin Gringrass.
See what kind of look we had on this drive. Putting that tee through some punishment.
Yeah, and you can see him standing up there on the fairway. They look pretty good for the most part of where their shot landed. Setting themselves up pretty nicely for this opportunity just to get onto the green, try to signify themselves for a birdie.
The two swans flying overhead there. Did you see that shot,
Oh,
Zach?
yeah. Again, it's a beautiful day. Very beautiful day. And you can still see them. They're flying over the pond right now.
Beautiful animal, beautiful course, beautiful day for some CCAA Golf Championship action. Day 3, and as you can see, the sun has been a constant, not a cloud in the sky. Temperature started out cold this morning, but we are looking pretty good, not just for today, but tomorrow as well as we round things up. It's going to be a spectacular day of golf once again here at RedCrest. And we appreciate you watching here on the Hawks Sports Network as we're getting into the home stretch here. And the player's going to back away because this Seagull, I'm telling you, Zach, he has been posting up in the middle of this fairway.
This has been his fairway.
Real power move right now, just kind of letting him know, you know, this is my fairway. You're just visiting.
We did see one shot. It was Simon Moir. He shot his second shot and it actually went over the backside again.
Now this is coming in. And that's going to be a little long as well, but Zach, that's perched up in a, as you see right there, a ball in between the cart and that young lady.
And now the final person to take their shot will be Malcolm Garrity. Doherty in good position here to try to get onto the green.
Now takes a big chunk of earth, but is he going to get the shot?
And I'm not sure if that landed just in front of the fescue or just after it, but it's a tough shot.
Yeah, you see right away he's appealing. And fellas will make their way, and there's that seagull going right back to home base.
He's telling him to get off the fairway. This is the next group. They are teeing off here. Looked like the person that just teed off first was Thomas Dumont. And Stephen Hill here is setting things up. Reed Cassavant is the third participant waiting. Good swing right there by Stephen Hill.
Looked like it might have came off a little bit right. We shall see. And our other tee shot. So this is that shot earlier, Zach. We saw it really didn't quite get the right contact. It was a lot of earth, not a lot of distance.
That's a good up and down, though. Look at that for a recovery. Malcolm Garrity.
Just see the ball there in frame. So that is, yeah, well placed by Garrity.
So depending on if he was able to get that ball, if that's not a drop, he's playing that shot for par. If it is, he's playing it for bogey. I'm sure we'll be able to tell off of his reaction which one he'll be playing off of.
If we see a little bead of sweat roll down his forehead, Zach, we know that it's probably a higher pressure shot, but hear those swans still
Swans are
swirling
singing.
around the course. It's a swan song,
Exactly.
if you will. Got the pin out here as these fellas are looking to wrap up their third round here at RedCrest.
Moir, he was the one that just took his shot there.
And this one will be a yard or two short.
Slow rolling it there was Justin Gringrass. And here's the opportunity for Jeremy Hart, who, you know, for a little bit looked like he might be double bogeying this hole, triple bogeying, but no, he saved it with a fantastic shot. Again, if it's wasn't a drop, he's playing it for a par right now. All things considered, partner, that's not bad.
No, it was a excellent recovery shot, as you highlighted, Zach. Is this the final stroke of the day? And it is. That one finds the cup, and that is a solid way to put the button on a third round of golf.
Yeah, great way to just kind of end your day. You know, it looked like it might have been a rough 18, but cleans up the hole nicely with a good recovery and a good putt.
And strong and left.
I was going to say almost the two most dangerous words in Buffalo sports, but it's strong and right.
As this group aims to finish up, there it is.
Looks like Greengrass will finish his day with a par. Moir, he'll try to finish it, looks like with the bogey. That's exactly how we'll finish for this group here. And we're only, I believe, 7 away from the end of the day here. Seven groups away, and one of them is already teed off and looking for their second shots here. This group here, Thomas Dumont, Reed Cassavant, and Stephen Hill. The three due up who have already teed off. And then joining me right back on the broadcast here, Mr. Andrew Milani.
Hello, hello.
Again, it's been a beautiful day for golf so far. I mean, really couldn't have asked for a better day. Started with a good breeze, and then it worked beautifully. Just the sun came out, just warmed everything up. First shot up and off the club of Cassavant. Finds it on the green. I believe the next one taking the shot is Thomas Dumont for Champlain St. Lawrence. And we're getting to the tail end of this one. We're almost into the leaders for the men's here. The leaders is that last group. They teed off at 12:30. In that group, it was Zach Peugeot, Ben Landers, and Daniel Talmadge. But we have a couple more groups till we get to them. Dumont here is ready to hit his shot. Looks like he sailed it past the backside again of the green.
And you look at the men's team leaderboard, starting to get very interesting up near the top. Andre Lorendo Boomerang have been at the top basically all day coming into today, but Fanshaw slowly sneaking up on them, only within 6 strokes right now. Humber kind of falling back a little bit.
Yeah, Andre Lorendo Boomerang so far in the day +7, Fanshaw +4, Humber +7 as well.
Seagull still hanging around.
Confident little bugger.
No kidding.
Great rollback.
Yeah, excellent shot there.
Somebody call Walmart because the rollback came early. Looked like, I believe, Stephen Hill. And this is the next tee off. So I believe this first hitter here is from St. Clair College. It's Spencer Higginbottom. Looked like he opened the club face up a little bit, tailing out towards the left.
Yeah, just kind of fading away there.
And this is going to be the St. Trojan, Jaden Patel. And Thomas Grenier, he's the last one to hit after Patel. Kind of the same thing from the opposite side. Patel opened up that club face. That was the tee shots for the next group, and they'll go walk to their shots while we watch this group finish up on the green. And this chipped on, beautiful approach, and onto the green goes Thomas Dumont. Here's Cassavant going for a lengthy putt. Again, that uphill on that green has just been a battle all day for these golfers.
Yeah, really tricky there, as we mentioned. You know, of course, you don't want to undershoot it because that means your ball's going to fall up short, possibly even roll back. But then if you overshoot it, you risk the ball going over the hill there and back onto the apron, or possibly even beyond that.
Well, here is the interesting story. It's Spencer Higginbottom for St. Clair. He had a fantastic on. Great rollback, put him in a good position here. He has a birdie opportunity, and this is the second good birdie opportunity we've seen on the day.
It has not been too common.
And he drains it. So the second birdie on hole 18 for day 3, that belongs to Spencer Higginbottom.
Got to be feeling pretty good, wrapping up his day on a birdie on one of the trickier shots here at RedCrest.
Yeah, I'm sure, you know, when he looks back at it and notices, hey, not a lot of people were able to capture this hole the way I did. He'll be pretty happy with how he finished the day. Dumont now trying to finish his day on a positive. Oh, just rims out. So that'll do it for this group. Oh, excuse me, one more player is finishing up here. And sorry, this is Dumont Reed Cassavant. That was the gentleman that just finished up his round. And he sinks it, so that ends the round for this group. But Mr. Milani, we were able to see our second birdie of the day. Spencer Higginbottom from St. Clair College was the one to find it.
Yeah, it's got to be feeling pretty good and feeling pretty proud about that. Higginbottom having a little bit of a rough day, fell 9 spots. Entered the day with a share of 6th place. Meanwhile, sitting at 15th right now, so at least he ends his day on a high.
So again, the 3 golfers in this group, it's Thomas Grenier, Jaden Patel, and, oh, excuse me, Stephen Hill was the one in the other group. I was mixing it up. Spencer Higginbottom is the one in this group. Both are from St. Clair College, though. Stephen Hill was the one that got the second birdie of the day. Apologies to Mr. Hill. It's been a long day for everybody here at RedCrest. So we had a shot come up, and it actually lands pretty well right on the green. Just probably about 10 yards, or excuse me, 10 feet out.
Yeah, definitely a makeable putt.
Now it'll be Jaden Patel. And looks like that hits off the fringe, so all 3 players, their shots looking pretty good here, setting themselves up for, again, the long putts for a birdie, but to possibly get it to where that's a shorter putt for a par. Next group coming up here, and we got Trey Ross, Griffin Rowe, and the last one, Rafael Veniza Uliet. So this here is Griffin Rowe, Fanshawe. This group approaching the green here. Again, this is Thomas Grenier, Jaden Patel, and Spencer Higginbottom. So again, basically all three players roughly in the same area here. This is the Humber Hawk Trey Ross. Hitting before Ross was Raphael Vazina Ouliette.
Looked like he got that one to stay straight.
And no break of the tee either. Clean drive right there. So this chip on is to the left and is rolling a little bit back, and ooh, I think the hill might start taking it away here, and
Yeah, just on the edge of the apron there. So
could have been a lot worse.
yeah, absolutely.
And trust me, partner, we have seen a lot worse in some of the way the hill has taken some of these golf balls today. But nonetheless, we're here to finish off the day. It's been a long, good day, round 3. Round 4 tomorrow kicks off same time it did today.
We received word that the pin is going to be more kind of like in the middle of your screen basically there for tomorrow. So it should be interesting to see how that shakes out.
Yeah, curious to see how the golfers adjust. This is going to be a very long birdie attempt. It's probably most likely going to be Spencer Higginbottom setting himself up for a par putt.
Some power behind this one. Can it go in?
Oh, beautiful putt. Sets him up perfectly for a par. And I think he might just tap it in quickly.
It would have been a beautiful long bomb there.
Yeah, he's going to do just that. So Higginbottom will finish his day off with a par on 18. Patel, his par attempt. Or excuse me, that was his birdie attempt. Now he'll be going for par. Seeing a couple good putts here in these last couple groups. You know, they may not be going all the way in, but again, for the most part, they're holding on pretty strong. That was actually Thomas Grenier, the last one. This is Jaden Patel.
Oh, wow.
Had the line just off by maybe a hair.
Half a hair maybe even. That was
a good line.
Right there, yeah.
So that'll end the day for this group here. And, well, partner, we're slowly making our way towards the end. 5 more groups to go. 5 more to go with one already teed off. The ones that have already teed off, Raphael Vazina Ouliette, Griffin Rowe, and Trey Ross. Just have players kind of lining up for their shots right now out on the fairway. Well, I believe the 3 schools that are done for the day now are St. Clair, St. Trojans, and Champlain St. Lawrence. Looking at the rest of the groups, and all the rest of the groups, they're all Andre Laurando, Fanshawe College, and Humber College players. Everybody else is finished for the day. Here's Griffin Rowe. Looks like he's going to be the one lining up for the shot first. Gets a fantastic piece of that one. It's going to sail. Can it stay on? It will. It'll be on the green just before that little fringe, so it's a good approach.
Yeah, manages to set himself up there for a potential birdie putt.
So it looks like Rafael Vizina Uliet will be the one swinging here. Oh, it's actually Trey Ross swinging here. Apologies. Again, so far away, the players hard to make out sometimes. Good shot here. And oh man, that almost landed flesh in the hole, partner.
Wow.
What an on by Trey Ross.
Just a perfect combination of power and accuracy there.
That was a fantastic shot. We have the next group, they're standing at the top, and it'll be like this. Leading things off is from Fanshawe College, Austin Kuyak. And then Armin Muhammad and Simon Menard. Those are the 3 due up at the tee box right now. Kuyak, he is going to be the first one to tee off. But going back to that Trey Ross shot, I mean, that was fantastic. He is right there looking to be the 3rd person to score a birdie on this hole.
And why not after a shot like that? Tremendous from the hometown star. Tee shot there.
This is Armin Mohammed. And we're back here to the green with the first group of the three colleges, Andre, Laurando, Fanshawe, and Humber. Nice putt here, and Zina Ouliette leaves it just a little bit wide. It'll be Griffin Rowe now with an opportunity. He also has an opportunity at getting a possible birdie. He was the guy. He was the gentleman that hit the ball where it was just on that fringe, just before that fringe, and the big player here looks like Veniza Ouliette will finish up his round, and he will with a par. Here's the putt from Rowe, and just almost had that there for a par. Or excuse me, for a birdie. Now he'll have a par attempt, and now we have Trey Ross, who, again, one of the better shots we've seen on the approach to the cup. He has an attempt here for birdie.
Definitely makeable from this distance.
And he gets it. Trey Ross, the third player so far today to sink a birdie on 18. And that'll do it for this round as Rowe finishes off with a par. And partner, we're going through these last couple groups fairly quickly.
Just 4 left.
Yeah, just 4 groups left. It's 4:50 right now, and it's been a fun day of golf action. Simon Menard, Austin Kuyak, and Armin Muhammad, they've already teed off. They're just patiently waiting to shoot for their second shot. Looks like that's Armin Muhammad who will be taking his second shot.
A little bit far away from the hole. It's going to be tough for him to putt it in from there. Might need to 2-putt it.
2-putt, set himself up for a par is what's looking like the most likely outcome for Armin. That shot bouncing and just on the fringe of the green. It'll be Simon Menard taking his second shot here. So it's a good one, dies right there on the green. All 3 of these players pretty situated, looks like they're okay trying to set themselves up for par. So you can see the 2 shots there. One sits just on the outside, one on the green, and then just a little bit further down the green to the left is where Armin Muhammad sits. It'll be a long putt here for Muhammad.
Yeah, certainly a tricky one from all the way back here.
So again, the first putt here, Armin Mohammed will be the one to try to get it close to the hole, trying to, set himself up nicely to finish this day with a par. Putt up and dying right around the hole.
Wow.
Wow, what a putt attempt right there by Armin.
Within a couple feet of the pin as well, very impressive. Turning something from nothing.
Yeah, he sets himself beautifully for a par attempt. Menard going for his birdie attempt. And wow,
nice.
He will sink it. Simon Menard becomes the 4th player on 18 to hit a birdie.
Yeah, kudos for him on that one. Maybe the nicest birdie putt we've seen today, too.
Yeah, definitely the longest. Fantastic, fantastic putt to finish off his day. And, he's probably feeling very happy. Armin, he sinks it in for a par. And now lining things up will be Austin Kuyak, trying to end his day off with a par as well.
And he does it.
Here's the tee-offs for the next group coming up.
This looks like Daniel Ainge Morency from Andre Lorendo, about to tee off. Excuse me, that was John Van Bilson of Fanshawe teeing off. This is Matt Morris, OCAA gold medalist this year for the men's individual, teeing off. And once again, I'm joined by Matt Hamill. Matt, how you doing?
Doing good, Andrew. We're getting right down to crunch time here on day 3. Last few groups, and yeah, getting into the Humber Hawks side of the schedule with Hawks kind of peppered throughout the last few groups here.
And it's going to be interesting to see how the leaderboard shapes up at the end of the day here as we get ready to head into the 4th and final day tomorrow here at RedCrest.
So yeah, we're all finished up on the green over here and on the tee box, getting ready to get after it.
Third last group of the day. We were a little bit worried earlier about the amount of sunshine left, the amount of daylight left, but appears to be a non-issue here as we are quickly approaching the end of the groups.
Well, Andrew, this might be a tightly guarded secret, but I am in the moonlighting hours, a weatherman. And I'll tell you what, not only do we have enough sunlight left, but the weather is only going to get better for tomorrow. This has been a gorgeous October day, a couple degrees warmer than usual, and tomorrow will be about 5-6 degrees above our typical temperature, nothing but sunshine. So, you know, sometimes, Andrew, these CCAA and OCAA, you know, outdoor sports this time of year can, boy, you can either have a
Jekyll or
T-shirt
Hyde.
on, yes, or sometimes the Canada Goose jacket. But, Andrew, I mean, enough to talk about tomorrow's weather. Right now, we're sitting at 14, so we've already kind of eclipsed that daytime high of 15, and wind is basically non-existent. So
Yeah.
kind of tough sitting here in the broadcast booth and not actually getting out there for a round. Although I don't know if they'd let me play on a course this nice, Andrew.
After a couple holes, I'm pretty sure I'd be...
I would excuse myself.
You'd be asked to excuse yourself, yes. Sorry, sir, this is for competent golfers only.
Well, then I will see myself out. No, this has been a wonderful day of golf here. Our first day of broadcasting, but day 3 of the tournament. And then tomorrow is where the CCAA gold, silver, and bronze will be dished out to both the men and women's side of the field. And excited for that, but this has been really kind of a good little appetizer of what's to come. I mean, we've seen some great golf here posted up on the 18th hole. We'll be right back here tomorrow, and you can catch that action right here on the Hawks Sports Network here from the RedCrest Golf Club
in King, Ontario.
The 2024 CCAA National Tournament presented by Ping.
Been a lot of fun here today. Cannot wait for tomorrow. Looks like we have the Fanshawe golfer going first. Can John Van Bilson have a good approach? Let's see. Not a bad approach there. Kind of dip back a bit there on the hill.
Well, Andrew, on the women's side, Humber Hawks women's team has certainly kind of had a stronghold on this tournament after 3 rounds of play. Now, Humber team that is certainly accustomed to CCAA success and the sort of overall 50 years of CCAA golf. Humber at the top of the power rankings.
Although 2 strokes back of the Quebec women right now in the team standings, or in the team leaderboard rather.
On the men's side, we saw the Humber Hawks after really facing some tough competition by those out of Quebec. That has got the Humber Hawks sort of with work cut out for them heading into the final part of this round and into the final round of action tomorrow.
This is Matt Morris getting ready for his approach. Bit of a tough shot for him. Kind of gets it on the edge of the green there.
And that'll be one of those very interesting putts to track, Andrew. That is can't fully appreciate it from the perspective of the camera, but once you're really at the bottom of that green, it is a long way up and requires a lot of gusto to get it over the hump.
Absolutely, and this is a look at the second last group of the day, starting with Jack Ratriggs from Humber here.
Looks pretty happy just based on body language with that one. You'll see that one drop.
This is Luke Evans from Fanshawe, teeing off next.
Those Humber-Fanshawe matchups, something we love to see across many different sports here in the OCAA, but now
Absolutely.
the Southern Ontario competitors, the Battle of the Birds here in the national tournament golfing together.
And this is Nicholas Gerard from Andre Lorendo.
Yeah, and the Boomerang have been very much playing great golf here, especially over the first 2 rounds, and we'll see how the third finishes up when all is said and done. A good looking swing there.
Body language shows that he enjoyed that shot. Now back to the green. This golfer is looking for birdies here. It's going to be a little bit tough. They might have to 2-putt it for par here. We'll see. Only a handful of birdies on the day on 18. And just a few more throughout the 3 days.
Yeah, and it's been in the sort of easier half of holes on this course for this tournament. I've seen statistics showing this about the 7th hardest on the course for these golfers. But like you said, Andrew, still not really lending itself to a plethora of birdies.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, we've seen a lot of birdies in the form of that seagull in the middle of the fairway and those 2 swans flying overhead.
Yeah, the Seagulls have certainly made a home here.
Well, one in
at
particular
RedCrest.
is really quite established.
Really territorial. Yeah. Right where the opening shots are landing. And it looks like John Van Bilsen is going to get a crack at it first. Getting low, trying to inspect the greens. It's going to be a long birdie try. What can he do?
Yeah, long indeed. This is a tough play uphill in a big way. There you get the perspective
Oh, yeah.
of just how far it has to go. What kind of touch can he put on it?
Wow.
Beautiful stroke. My goodness. Great camera work on that shot. Even better golf shot made there. And that was a thing of beauty. Andrew, we talked about how difficult it is just to gauge correctly how much gusto, how much oomph to get it up there. And
yeah, John doing a great job reading the greens there. Just a touch away, but that should be an easy tap in for a par from there.
I'll take advice on a putt from that young man any day.
This is Matt Morris. He's going to try his hand at a long birdie putt.
Yeah, and this is, you know, a little further off to the right on the green, but very similar dynamic to the last putt we just saw. Can he dial up the same magic?
Yeah, he's showing a little bit of frustration there, but still not a bad putt a few
From
feet
that
away.
spot,
Yeah.
all things considered, but when you compare it to the putt right before, isn't that how life goes, Andrew?
Yeah,
You sort of
absolutely.
creatures of comparison.
Especially in competition. Now it's going to be Daniel Ainge Morency's turn. Not quite enough on that one.
Andrew, like you mentioned, not many groups left here.
Third last of the day. And this is Morris to save par. Or excuse me, that was Danny Ainge Morency to save par.
Yeah, good round of applause from the gallery gathered here around 18.
Appears that Matt Morris is going to be next.
Yeah, a look for par here. To finish up his third round. And it was just a light tap.
He knew the minute that he stroked it there that was just not enough. And that's going to be Van Bilsen to save par. Fortunately, Matt Morris bogeying on that hole.
Yeah, tough pill to swallow as you finish up your round. A makeable putt, and this is very much a makeable putt off that marvelous coast-to-coast shot on the green earlier, and These fellows will shake hands as they wrap things up here on day 3.
We have our second last group basically ready to go to make their approach shots. And then after that, just one group left. And here's a look at our second last trio.
See the golfer on the near side there, kind of throwing up some grass, checking the wind, and there basically is none. So good conditions for these golfers to bring it home. Second last group coming in here, Andrew.
Jack Atrix showing some frustration after that shot.
Yeah, seems like it went a little bit past. And yeah, you don't have to be a master interpreter of body language to see he was not happy with how that one turned out. Still have one more approach shot out there on the field.
Let's see how this approach shot goes. Wow, right near the pin.
Yeah, that is an absolute beauty. Look at that.
Perfect setup for birdie.
And the appropriate response from the gathering crowd here.
That was Nicholas Gerard, and now it's Luke Evans' turn. Took a lot of grass there with him and just overshot that one a bit, but it's going to stay on the green. And we're going to take a look at our last group of the day, including our 2 leaders. And you're looking at the leader right now, that's Zach Pajot.
Yeah, Pajot golfing alongside Fanshaw's Ben Landers.
Landers only a stroke back of Pajot for the championship.
Yeah, both Pajot and Landers absolutely excellent play coming into today.
That one faded to the right.
Brings up Humber's Daniel Talmage.
Nice shot straight on. Should be happy with that one. Here's Here's the man sitting in second place currently. It's Ben Landers. Jack Atrix. Chipping it back on the green.
Yeah, remember he did hit that long on his approach. And we saw him kind of toss the club in frustration.
Little chip there by
Ooh.
Gatrix. Just past the pin.
Yeah, that was a solid stroke.
Luke Evans is going to go next. Tricky putt here.
Yeah, you see definitely some level changes. Puts it a little left of the cup. So second last group here on the green is cleaning things up.
This is Nicholas Gerard. Gets that one in, no problem. Makes that shot.
Nice finishing off of the round there for Humber's Jack Greatrix.
And now this is Luke Evans. He gets in the pin. So that leaves us with Pajot, Landers, and Talmage for the day. All three of them getting ready to make their approach shots now as this group clears the green.
Coming into today, Luke Evans with the third best score in the field. Bested only by his teammate, Ben Landers, and as we mentioned, Andre Laurent's Zach Pajot.
Now looks like Ben Landers is going to have a tricky shot to make here.
Yeah, final drive of the day. Veered off course.
This is going to be Landers. Tough shot. Wow, manages to get in a pretty good spot there. It's going to be a long putt for par, or for birdie rather, but still doable.
Yeah, I think if you could have offered him that sort of placement, given the spot he was in, would have taken that. And there we are as our final group of the day is working their way slowly but surely towards the green.
This is Daniel Talmage, Humber Hawk. It's going to readjust.
Yeah, wasn't feeling it there.
Try again.
Important shots here. You want to finish strong in the third round. All the golfers we're looking at here late today are right in the top of the leaderboard. Oh, we'll see where this ends up. Our center of the fairway Seagull is trying to do a little blocking move right now.
Playing some mental games with some of the golfers here.
Well, you'd think that a Humber Hawk would be quite comfortable with a Seagull, as would maybe a Fanshawe Falcon.
Both are birds of prey, I believe.
Seagulls, on the other hand, birds of opportunity. Take what they can get.
This is Zach Pajot.
That's a great look he's given himself here off his drive. This is really a perfect spot for this hole. And we'll see just how close he can stick it to the pin.
Takes one last look.
Ooh, wow. And that is well placed, Andrew. You see right there.
Wow.
For a...
Perfectly sets him up for birdie.
Well, Andrew, we've been posting up here on the 18th hole, and boy, it kind of makes you want to play it. We've seen about 100 or so golfers rip through. And it has been a wonderful day for golf at a beautiful course, RedCrest in King, Ontario, about an hour north of Toronto. Great time of year for golf, Andrew.
Absolutely.
Got the colors in full effect. Now the Fanshawe Falcons team in front of us here, just located near our broadcast booth, and they look pretty goosed up and jazzed with their performance here at the CCAA National Tournament.
And how can you not be? They are just 4 strokes within Andre Lorendo for the gold medal. Ben Landers will go first here. Did a great job considering where his first shot landed. Missed a little pass there, but overall a pretty good putt with a great chance to save par.
Humber was able to capture the individual gold medal in the OCAA Provincial Championship. Golfer we saw finish up his round not that long ago. And Matt Morris. On the women's side, Humber here in the province of Ontario also captured the individual gold. Elaine Sergio Pradigo.
This is Zach Pajot. Or excuse me, that's Daniel Talmage. This is Zach Pajot. Ooh, just misses that putt. That one's going to hurt for the championship leader.
Yeah, you think of just how bad these golfers would love to finish on a good note. Kind of leave the course today with a little bit of that juice, a little bit of that mojo. And a solid round capped off right there.
A little shake of the head there. He knew it could have ended a little bit better, but still in great position here for Zach Pajot. Daniel Talmage looking to end things off on a high. He does.
And the Fanshawe team cheering him on close by. Loving that one.
Daniel Talmage, the Humber Hawk, going to be finishing things off today. Nails the putt.
So the boys shake it out. And that will put a button in an absolutely fabulous day of golf here at the 2024 CCAA National Golf Championships. And the final day of action you can also catch right here on the Hawks Sports Network. And Andrew, these golfers are really not going to have anything in their way other than themselves. I mean, it's going to be, weather-wise, a perfect day for golf tomorrow. Even better than it was today. I mean, take a look there at the sunshine, wind, virtually non-existent. So looking forward to see how things shake out. But Andrew, what a great day of golf we just got treated to.
Yeah, absolutely. It was been plenty of fun here, calling it on the 18th win
Yeah.
with you and Zach today. And, I mean, looking forward to a lot of the same here tomorrow. And we're looking forward to being joined by you tomorrow as well as we get ready for day number 4 championship Friday here at RedCrest. So for myself and the rest of us here at HSN, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.